Well, hello. Just getting squared away here. Just trying to remember. I don't have Slack set up on this computer. Trying to remember which widgets they told me to look at. Might have to go digging for that in a second here, but for now, today we're going to work on trying to get a map widget built, right? It's going to be complicated because first we need to figure out what it needs to look like, more or less. And I have some thoughts on that. But, make sure we're all up to date here. I'm pretty sure we are. Yes, good. Some of the functionality that I'm thinking about should already exist in some widgets, so we probably just need to like take some inspiration from there and build a custom widget, right? So, let's go ahead. And I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get away with using the same exact widget for the client and the editor, but maybe part of it. Because we got two kind of different use cases, right? The client needs to display what the server will send as the current state of the map, right? It's going to need to get a bundle of that down. And we're going to have to think about, we don't want to send the whole map because A, that's big, but B, most importantly, the client shouldn't be aware of the secret rooms that you might have, right? So we'll have to think about that from the server authorities standpoint as well. But there might be too many differences for a truly shared widget. But at the very least, I think a base should be doable. So we're going to check this out. Not that button. So, more caffeine time. And I don't remember exactly now. That is not. This is just like a picker. So one thing I do recall being mentioned was, I'm going to go take a peek at this. There is, I think it's this repo. Has some demos. Not this repo. Maybe it's in examples. Maybe not. Where was... Oop. Here we go. That's broken currently, it seems. So in this case, they have buttons. It could be a thing. You would need to put like a thinner one in between them for the connection, right? But I also started thinking about wanting like box select to move groups of things, right? And I don't think it would be a good experience to say, okay, I want to make a block of rooms here. I got to go here and I got to go here and I go here. I got to go here. I got to go here and fill in everything, right? So we need to think about having like a column of templates, maybe. And being able to like click and drag them in and box select and move stuff, right? And I want this to go away. Thank you. So that's a thing. Let's scooch this over here real quick. No, I lied. We want to also look at not this, but I think it was tables, maybe? Right. Control F does not work on this because it's a WASM map, which is annoying. But I don't see reference to dragging and dropping here. Let's think here about so first and foremost, we need to just get it to display. It's going to be the first step. So once we do that, we can tie into some stuff, but Let's see if I can figure out. Let's get signed into the web and not show anything because it's not yes, use Slack in the browser. I really don't want you to use Slack in the browser. It seems like they have a desire to push you off of that. Double check here. Support drag and drop and have it on list, table, and tree widgets. Okay. So all of these should actually have. Oh, there we go. Oop. It blows up. Oops. Not that one. This one. So this. Well, a second ago it worked. Not. Hmm. Seems a little janky. Okay. That's funny. Let's just go take a look at. I can drop. Click, click, double click. On text, hover, long hover. Yeah. Am I missing something? Let's close that real quick. Yes, I know I signed in Slack. Thank you. Thought. Oh, we already opened that. Mousetrack. And drop. Okay. So let's do. Don't have draw IO on this computer either. Should we use that? Normally I would do this on paper, but that's not exactly going to be interesting for a stream now, is it? Let's I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's go back. And let's take a look. Um so there's a drag event. There's this. Okay, let's take a look at where do you live? Would you be in core? Table. You would be. Okay. So, I would like to go look at this. Do we just... Set slice. Little caching, yeah. Just check in. Okay. This. Make header, not. Make row, not. Probably. New ad, here we go, probably. No. Sorting. Okay. See if we can it's on click. It's for sorting, that's for sending it. Oop, that was send change. Update max widths, okay. Select index events. Something else would have to be talking to that and using probably set whatever. Okay. Well, here's what we're going to do. I have a hunch about how this all works. Small hunch. Based on just what I know about Cogent and how their other things work. And on that event stuff we just looked at. What we're going to do is I'm going to see if I can get Draw.io in a non-Flatpak version here real quick. We'll kind of mock out a rough idea of what we're going to try to build here as a starting point. Oh, apparently this only comes in Flatpak. Love it. Love it, but not, actually. Let's do this. Let's figure out if we can find a package. I don't want the Snap store or the Flatpak store. What if I just want to install a package? I'm annoyed at the push for these things that suck. That one was Snap. I don't want Snap. I don't want Snap either. Is that our only option? Take a look here. That's not what I want. Okay. Now we'll just use the path of least resistance. Even though I don't like it. Get this going. Oh my gosh, it's taking forever to download. Okay. Come on. You can do it. I'm surprised I don't have this installed already. I use this a lot for just general diagramming. Not like a lot, but whenever I need to diagram a thing, it's kind of like my go-to tool. Tell you what, while this installs, I'm going to take a quick break because we're just going to sit here and watch this progress bar. So I'll be right back. All right, there we go. Started and everything. It was in light mode, so I've spared you. Spared your eyeballs. All right, let's gonna get ourselves situated here. We're gonna have a window, right? And now I'm gonna forget all of the hotkeys and all that stuff, because that's how I roll. But that's fine. So we're gonna have a window, and don't fill that for me. It's just the box. Where? Undo that real quick. That's nope. Whatever. So inside of this is like the main window that's open, right? Here's what I think. I think we're gonna want like a divider pane. Like this. And then let's not use that one. Let's use, I don't like them. There, that's a little bit better. I'm gonna have like a grid in here. We want to be able to move around inside this window, right? So you can see more map. TM. And then over here, we get my spacing has become crazy here. Like a list of various different like template widgets, right? And this should be scrollable. And then something, oop. Things got wonky. Oh, it's because, nope, there it goes. So we have like a, something like that. This. Something like this. These would be something like this could be like a representation of our struct, right? And our struct looks like, let's actually check in to check what this is real quick. Nope, that's fine. Not client and server configs map JSON. I have clicked the wrong one. There we go. So this should look something like, if we want to like probably condense it for this where you can click and make it bigger, right? Probably. So I'm thinking. And then like save or cancel maybe for the edit. Probably use the same form for like both of these, right? And then maybe this. And what else would we have here? Think that's probably fine for now, just for a placeholder. I think we're going to end up wanting more here, but we're probably going to want like up here somewhere, probably like some kind of options or something. Don't need you. You were a mistake. Save you real quick. Yeah, that's fine. And up here, we probably want at least a button. With like a paintbrush icon. Probably want to have one of them in here. Oh, that'll work. Something like that. Oops. Holy cow. Tell you what, if you're going to be like that, don't feel. That this was also, oops. kind of wonk. Replace them. Again, don't fill. It's a fine default, but there. Now this won't drive me quite so insane. And then in here, we're going to need, these are probably going to be smaller. But there'll be more of them. And then we'll need like little bitty guys. If I have make you bigger, same size, please. And these will probably be, oops. There probably won't be X's, right? They'll be empty. Or maybe they will be X's if they're empty. I don't know. We'll have to look. Right now, this looks kind of visually cluttered and hard to distinguish to me right now. So maybe they'll just be blank if they have no no content. Oh no. We need to get, you need to go to back, please. To back and lock. That way I can do this. There we go. Why am I taking the time to do this for the mock-up? Because we do want to kind of experiment with this a little bit, right? We want to take a look at, and we'll get there in a second. We want to take a look at how easy it is to read. Does it look and feel good, right? Because as you can see, like I was just saying, things are getting cluttered. Oh, and we've also just exposed a interesting problem with this layout, where this layout does not allow for, oops, don't Don't do that. Don't. No. Thank you. Doesn't allow for communicating diagonals, right? So I'll have to think about that real quick here in a second. One thing at a time. Do that. Perfect. Okay. That's a start. Oh, I also need to do fill out for now. We want you to be a button to back. To back. To back. Thank you. Finally. And then something like that. Okay, right? Good enough player placeholder. We have to think about what other things we want here. And then maybe so that gets real small, kind of hard to read. But if we allow you to zoom in, this might be fine, right? So we'll have to look at zoomability here. Is that zoom? No. Zoom? Okay. Zoom is a thing. Okay. Does okay, yeah. Oh, wait. Nope. Second there I thought I was zooming. Don't know what zoom is bound to by default. But it exists. So we'll think about think about what we want to do. They don't have a zoom. Okay, that's fine. Just keep using rectangles here. But I just ticked you off. Maybe I did it backwards. So we'll have like maybe oh, I unticked line. That's what I did. Silly me. Zoom in and out, right? Okay. So if we have zoom, then this becomes probably okay. Oops. Speaking of zoom, need some to place these guys. Do do do. Oops. Just place all the boxes. Okay, we're done. Okay. So. Now let's see if we can get... We can just kind of mock some of the colors that we might have. Just to kind of help us visualize. Like that. It's fine. So, if we do that, and then inside of these... No, I don't think I want arrows. Do want that though. We can basically either populate a line here or not, and then we'll also want some kind of an indicator for like special exits. We'll want up, we'll want down, which we don't even support yet, and this is like future stuff, right? But maybe something like this. Make ourselves a note, says something like that. And if we can do something like this. We're going to need to have this, because we do support this notion, right? You just put a, well, we will. We have a passage, a connection could do this. We'll need to have support for them being in a room. Right now, we don't. That's fine. We can do that later. It's just that's polish and extra features, right? What else are we gonna need? We're gonna need like a trapdoor sort of icon. kind of want like half of that. That would be. Oops. I think that's as small as this particular. There we go. I don't know what was going on there. We'll check. Check this over here a little bit just to kind of help get everything. And then get this over one. And then we'll also need one for. Oh, there we go. That's a good temporary. Oh, it becomes less good when you. It's fine for now. Oops. Get out of there. Yeah, let's put this over here. And we'll say something like that, maybe. Because I note we have. This could be interesting to borrow, right? And we could also do like a square cutout or something there. Not sure. We want to be simple, but useful, right? These guys can be lines that say, hey, I'm connected or not, maybe. And maybe these. Maybe these are only visible when you mouse over. Something like that, maybe. And then same thing here. Just grab this, that, and then maybe something like that to help indicate the connectedness or not, right? Keeps overriding that. Can, okay. Oops. Get all these. Ah! Okay. We're gonna... Apparently selections don't get saved. I have just lost. All right. This is infuriating, so I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do this section. There. It's a mock-up. It's fine. There we go. So this gives us kind of a... Oh, and then also, we're going to need to somehow save the... Go to the back so I can click this. We're also going to need to save the color somehow, right? Of the tile. And that should look like a swatch, probably. Oop, oop, oop. Nope. There we go. We'll put nice green. Oop, that's not what I want. Ah, put a nice green box there just to remind us. And we'll probably need... Because default behavior should be to select this box, probably. Well, maybe. Should default be to select it for painting, or should it be to edit? That is kind of a good starting layout point, I think, right? Probably. So let's see how close we can get to this. And it's gonna drive me insane. if I don't fix this. Okay. Because that is where the trickiness happens. We'll just do these first. There. I'll feel better now. Okay. And this is also going to need to have um let's take this down. And maybe this has um a label and why don't I have any? Yeah, tablet. Not what I want. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Get over here. And then pretty sure we can do tabs. We'll have to figure out what makes sense here. But that's fine for now. It's just a mock. Why aren't you? Whatever, it's fine. We'll also need to have things like, so for the this needs to be text. That's my problem. This needs to be a this needs to be representative of a connection. So you I'm just scrolling too fast. So we'll need there we go. And then probably that's fine for now. It gives us an idea, right? We'll probably need to also put in there like a checkbox for hidden, something like that, right? That's a start. I'm sure we're missing a couple things that we'll think of later. That's fine. Maybe we don't need this. Maybe we can do like a select and then a click. We'll probably start with that because it'll be easier, right? Okay. So first things first, we need to get this displaying on a screen for realsies. So let's get rid of that for now. Let's get rid of all this for now, actually. Let's also, we've just updated, yes. There was a minor security thing, so they've done an update to fix that. Had to do with IPv6 and something. Not really anything that should have affected us, but we'll just stay up to date, right? As we do. While we're here, might as well. Oh, WebSocket had a version bump. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, so I'll be right back since we are doing stuff. I'm already done, but we'll let it run. Anyway, be right back. Okay. So we have, and actually I should put this in, but first things first. We won't need that just yet. But we will need to put let's call you let's rename that real quick. Go, just so it doesn't freak out. And actually, yeah, I think I'm done with that for now. Until we get a little further, let's just chuck this in at the root. Don't open it. I just want to do that, and then we will delete that later. And I cannot wake up today. I don't know why. I slept pretty good. Okay. That is squared away. So we have it saved. So we're going to need an editor folder. It's going to need a main. What we're going to do is kind of just steal from ourselves here the setup boilerplate here. We're going to need this. Like so. That we won't probably need. That we probably won't need yet. If ever. We'll see. This we're going to need. This we're going to need. We won't need the C because that's our client struct. Not yet anyway. So we're going to do that. This might that's probably fine. That's fine for now. And then this. We're going to need this for now. And then this is going to be this. We won't need that. What we're going to need, though, I think we just did constants. Yes. And then this is actually going to be in here. This can be this. Which will, how did we do this? We did you return a frame. That'll probably do for now. Turn nil is fine. Well, we should do, you should take a parent, same as this one does. And then we'll do we'll need a styler. Style, thank you, not shadow. This s.grow.set 1 1 This is actually not map editor. Like that for now. And then we can do a hello temp box, new frame, hangs off a parent frame. Or no, this should just be new text, hangs off a parent frame. Temp box dot set text. That we're just ensuring that we can work, right? This will be shared. Rename this to map UI just to make sure everything. How was I? This should just be map UI, game map. Add page. Because how did I wire these up to use? Let's do login screen. Ah, right. Okay, that's fine. This is this. That, like so. New frame, page, and then that's fine. Like that. Ah, right. And then do I need to do... Remember how this worked. That. think this just as a starting point. Nothing actually uses that. I think that will get us... Ah, right. We need to do that. This will take a second to build for sure. Still building? Ah, here we go. Okay. We have our hello world. It's a little wonk, but that's fine. It is a starting point. So, let's do... We're going to need a styler here as well. This at that. This is set. There, and then let's for funsies. This is just an equals. Sure, I don't know what these are yet. We just want to make sure that it's veganed. I don't know. Let's do mega red. Surface bright. We just want to have some kind of validation that we're making it the full window. Okay, yeah. Near enough as makes no difference. We have a little bit of a margin on the parent. Probably that's fine. Completely happy with that for right this second. Where am I? Ah, that'd be padding actually. Is that what you want? Perhaps the padding lives on you. Shouldn't though, because ugh, inspect. Scene. It does have padding still. Let's see if this has changed anything. You. Still showing padding. I don't think this. Yeah, it doesn't. Live update. Okay. Well. It's really not the end of the world. Oh, maybe it is. Oh, that is S still because it's a styler. There we go. Take this. Okay. I'm going to leave that alone for now. We don't need to get bogged down in this just yet. We can tweak later. Right now, the important thing is we have our hello world showing up. Let's move on. Let's do. Oh. Get that pushed up. This is going to be that. And then we can come over here. Okay, so time to replace hello world with something more useful. Table. We're going to need Um, let's look at the tic-tac-toe again real quick. So here, grid styler. Okay. We know what we need to load our config file for a map. Let's do that. This is going to need this is going to need to be able to do a lot of the loading the same way the map package does. So, does it make sense to do that? No, it doesn't. Or does it? What does map config because we want this to be able to build a UI from what is sent out from map, right? And I almost wonder if map is going to need to. No, we can just use. Okay. We need to get. Might have to move this out of internal. or something else. Load map takes a config. Just a log, a directory, and a file. Okay, yes, we can do that. So I'm 99.9% sure that from here, I can't say yeah. Even if I was to do so what I would need to do is think here about organizational wise. Let's pull this up. And then I can do this. But I don't want this, right? Because this needs to be we don't need to put all of this stuff into the widget, right? So just quickly ah. Reload, here we go. Okay, now you're just a dupe. You can go in the trash. Game map still here. Good. Okay. So let's just also make sure. So take a second to rebuild anyway. So we don't want to do that because the server's going to have privileged knowledge. We don't want this widget to require that privileged knowledge, right? Privileged knowledge being the entire state of the entire map. What we might be able to do is leverage the config file Would that make sense? What we could do is say um we need a common, maybe it just lives here actually. Um does this make sense? Where does this fit into our plan? We almost need to have like a public struct for this. Like the map that exists and is built is good for internal to the server. But the external struct should omit some things such as UUID for one. And I don't want to duplicate this functionality at all because that will make a large risk for bugs, right? We would have to keep them in lockstep. We want to use the same one. Don't think I really want to pull this out of the internal package though. So a lot of these are they're not suited for external. They don't belong in external stuff, right? This will for sure need to come out. But if we do that, it needs to rely on map. But we're going to need to translate from to and from this either way. Could do Mm-hmm. The other thing I'm thinking about is how do we filter this when we send it out, right? When we're looking at it from outside from the client. So we're going to need and if we pull this out, it has to stay in the server package because we rely on using character and stuff like that, which is internal, which I can use from within server, but not from above that, right? Or not from over here and shared, which is fine. It shouldn't be. I'm thinking about the um the way that we're going to want to interact with this as well, right? Because right now we ingest it, but then we don't have a way to get a tile map or a tile grid rather, which is kind of ultimately what we want, right? We're going to want a tile grid. That's the interesting, like all of this is very specific to just the map. The tile grid itself is what's interesting to us. Because that's going to have the data that we're going to need. And we're going to need this to also give us a filtered view, right, eventually. So there's going to be two ways that we call for this grid. I think, yeah. I think this has to come up. And then we export tile. Those can be ignored. Yeah, all these can be ignored. And if we're going to export that and make this reachable outside, we're going to need to do this. Okay. So there's that. I don't know why that's that, but there we go. And then this will need to be exported because we're going to want to use that. And that. Exclude you. Okay, so those definitely stay internal. These might come out, we'll see. And by come out, I mean get exported. And then we also need to export a transit as well, because we're going to need to be able to reach in and get. We don't want to modify these directly. We'll just expose methods to get and set them, probably. Maybe. We'll see as we go. we'll kind of just expose the bare minimum to the outside. But where are you used? Ah, right. Template stuff. Okay. So if we do that, then what we can do here fix that real quick. And then we can do a this, that, and thought I heard something here and stuff. So we get tile grid. So then this would be able to accept this. Then, okay. We don't need this right now. In our editor, we would then load it and feed it to this, right? Which here, we're going to also, because we've exposed this now, we're going to take this out. It can live here for locality of behavior. We'll use it here. We'll consume it here. So this then becomes dot load map. This needs a config. This will do no. And then this is going to become this. That can stay this. That. This is now this can come out. That. That. And then this is oh? It needs, it's an interface, so this has to be that still. Okay, so if we're going to do that, then we won't need this just yet. Revisit that if we need it. This will need to be do we want to do this? We'll come back to this. For now, this will be because we want to use the same file, right? That this will also have an error, right? Yes. And how are we handling errors in client main? This would need to so like character selection screen, let's say. We do all this stuff. That's for opening game. We'd open character create. That would be, but we would handle the errors there. So here we could do, do something like a Tooltip. No. Dialogue? Message. There we go. This. What does the... We would need to... let's grab... There we go. Copy that. And then this was... It just needs a parent, which would be, in this case... We'll need to do this first, so that we have somewhere to put our error if there is one. What we'll do, so the title is error. Message will be error loading map from config file. This, like so. Like so. And then was there a... No, it looks like it just gives us an error. This doesn't need to be a pointer. Ah, okay. In this case, I think we just reopen, but if we had that, then that would be that. Okay. Like so. Okay. That will wire all that together. That should get us squared away with that. We'll have to figure out what that homepage looks like, but for right now, that will get us there, I think, to testing land. Let's do... This doesn't actually do anything with that yet, so it should be safe to run a quick... Let's do a new deploymental. This a second to rebuild, I'm sure. Oh dear. Young pointer, game map, map. Ah. So what we need to do. Wait, hang on. It's actually this that errors or panics because there's nothing in the tree probably. There should be a hello world. Get tile grid. Go 287. Is this. Now that should have returned an error, if any of that was true. Okay, so why? Why you do this? Map 287. Which is this. But I also noticed that I didn't get. I didn't get a map data loaded successfully either. Which would make me think. Oops, let's not close that. Let's do this. We'll say. If this is nil for some reason, we'll say this goes away and just becomes but the map has no tile grid. What would happen if we did that? Riddle me this, Batman. Would still panic. Why would it panic? Oh, else we do this. Hmm. Are you continuing after error loading? What do you mean? But also, welcome. Haven't seen you a hot second there, Mr. Pluck. How you been? I think this should be opening the returning back, which I guess would probably no, it should pop up a box first, in theory. But interesting question you raise. Let's do this. Let's do past reading listing product. Oh, hey, congrats. That's great. Um, let's just throw some of them in there. Panic from line 57. Let's see here. Top of panic from line 57. I see 287. I see main go 62. But I've just changed my line numbers. Let me rerun that. Okay, so we do have and this is because this needs to be a first line right after go run. This is just a log message. And it's an error in my understanding of how this is the dialogue is working. Because we see that I did have an error loading the map from file here. And it's just not catching into this like I thought it would. Let's see here. Process the error in 56 to 60 and continue to 63, whereas failing to panic. Right. Yeah, exactly. I thought that this would halt and come in here and then end up reloading, and it would probably then loop. But I thought that this would pause execution, and it doesn't. It ends up just continuing past this dialogue being thrown up, and then it gets down here, and things are bad. Something in the layout engine gets angry. Yeah. So it looks like we need to do this. Okay, we can do that. Just looks like we need to. Well, we don't want the thing to. So, here's what we'll do. We will just do this and this. We'll do a quick and then this is just that. And I'm wondering if now it'll spit me back where I want to be with the dialogue still open, which would be fine, I suppose. No. Okay. So. Oh, I didn't do this. Still no. Okay. Is it the same? Yeah, it gets very unhappy. Just confusing to me. But let's we do this successfully already. What did I do for no, that's the handler. I want the actual login screen. And on an error, yeah, okay. So maybe it's because it needs something to lay out first. Kind of wondering why this even cares about this, though, because it's not using it. Ah. Not that. Must have bamboozled myself in there somehow at some point. Still super unhappy, though. Game map. Ah, it's because current map is nil. So why don't you open this and just be happy? I bet you it's because I don't wait. I try to put this in and then I return, and I bet you this goes away. You go to line 65 anyway. I shouldn't be, though, because this should trigger this to reopen homepage, or to open homepage, which is just a placeholder in here. But I think because the errors that I'm getting are, it has to do with their plan, which is how they want to render the screen, and the update widget walk down, all this. Yeah, because I shouldn't be getting here. So it's weird that I am. Because the error is not nil. We end up seeing the error message that was logged. Right. But I shouldn't be, because this should be sending me back to home, which should just be this hello world placeholder. So I'm confused by that. But also, it's happening in their plan. So I'm wondering if there's some async stuff going on here. I'm sure it will affect the code flow. Yes. It works here. For instance, when we... Well, actually, hang on. This is if we have nil error, then it opens. This is an on click. So maybe you're onto something there. Perhaps. Perhaps it does not. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So that's fine. It's good we caught that here, but we need to figure out what we're going to do about it. So that's actually not... not terrible, I don't think. What we're going to do is break this up, and we're going to call this... They're not callbacks. It's a little different. So in this case, we have a function that checks our login with the data that we got, right? It sets the it sends it to the server and then gets back a response, and it either sets an error, or if there's no error, then we're good and we can continue on. But there's no nils in here, right? So we handle everything. Everything gets handled in here. We have certainty. which I think is just exactly what we need to do. Don't run. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to do the same thing here. What do we need for this? We know all this, so we can just do that. And this will return either that, like so. We put all this. Oops, we probably want to keep that at the bottom. But we'll do that. Put this all in here. This is just log. We take all this junk out, this junk out, this junk out. That's if this is nil, this will return with the context already in it. And then here we do the same thing. But it is that. And then up here, what we can do is say that that and then this doesn't care right now if that happens to be nil, so it shouldn't panic. So if we do that, still panics. Different place though. Just in case something was still, yeah. $68. It shouldn't matter. Like we know that it opens a page, right? So even if it delays this, this doesn't care about this being nil or not. But this doesn't care if this is nil or not. This behaves correctly and encapsulates the error and the nil, so we avoid because we return early. This we can take out even. Let's do that. Because this doesn't even do anything with this right now. It just returns a hello world. So if we come in here, you're now center frame, not parent frame. Yeah, still errors there. So we're not even calling that. So that wouldn't matter, right? Something else is going on here. Let's just take that out completely. And that'll run. So it's got to be something to do with this being broken. Okay. Why am I not allowed to do that, I wonder? Because it has a home screen. There's a new editor. Okay. So this removes the pager .open call. And that works. That makes no sense to me. Did I screw this up somehow? Nope, that works. Yep. Why? Why can't I open from there? Okay, well, let's try this. Maybe it's because... Oh, no, that wouldn't make any sense either. Hmm. Okay. Oh. you were just doing that one. Okay, I get you. I was trying to figure out, I was like, I'm pretty sure I need this. Pretty sure we need to handle failure cases. Why? Why this? How has your guitar practice been, or have you been totally absorbed in the German? Still do it every day, just not always streaming. Gotcha. Gotcha. Is it because you feel like the extra energy drain from streaming, or exam preparation take a lot of willpower? Yes, I know that feeling. It feels like you can't exit early or something here. Seems like it almost has to be able to render the whole page. That shouldn't matter. Target standing at your work desk, so streaming during work hours not be your perfect. Gotcha. Well, so it works if we do this right now. And as long as we preserve that ability to handle a nil, well, I mean, make sure that I'm recalling correctly here. As long as the widget gracefully handles a nil tile map or tile grid, yeah, that should be fine. So what we can do maybe this will allow it to resolve itself if we do double check the just grab this from their example. This is terrible name. It needs to be that this is not this. This is, we set new text to not send message, but that our OK button doesn't do this. Where did BT? Oh, this is, okay. That's fine. Oh. I bet you I was just stomping on. I wonder if I was just stomping on. No, that shouldn't matter. Let me run dialogue. Is that what I want? Maybe. But this goes into center frame. All right, we need this just to be that. That makes more sense. Let me rerun that. Can I? Yeah, so it's displaying the widget in the background. I wonder why. My lack of certainty is driving me ever so slightly insane. That is so bizarre. Right? Which is very rare for me. Like, it is super rare that I don't understand why a thing works after I change it. I hate that. And in fact, I'm going to ask them about this one just because I'm so dang confused. So let me grab. I'll have to do like a minimal repro of this. Do that. We once found a bug in Windows control mechanisms. Wow. I bet that was a heck of a head scratcher too. Where? Oh, there you are. You just don't have an icon. That's fine. Save that real quick so I can use it to break out a repro. But for now, this will be perfectly fine to get us going. Okay. Now that I have that, we need to make ourselves a note here. Make sure we don't break that in the future by going, well, why did I do this? If it's broken, it shouldn't return. Okay. You go away because your little blue dot annoys me. So when we have a tile grid, which we should fix here in a second too. Let's do that first. This, the chance to ask Microsoft for his very team dealing with SMB shares. His answer, oh, this is a bug. It was there for some time already. We didn't publish it yet. You're one of the first to stumble upon it. Well, at least you had a single throat to strangle in that case. Usually you have to file a ticket and then somebody with no idea what they're talking about reads docs to you on a Zoom call. And you tell them that doesn't make any sense. That's what we did. And then it takes days. That was my experience with Windows support anyway. I'm going to take a quick break, run to the restroom real quick, and then we're going to fix this this path. We need to get this into shape. I'll be right back. All right. So I once worked for an MSP that did support for small businesses. And I worked there very briefly. The boss man there had this thing he would nag you about. If you didn't have something fixed in half an hour, he would nag you and say, well, did you file a case with Microsoft? And it drove me insane because if it's so simple that you instantly understand the problem and you can fix it in a half an hour, then it's fixed, no problem. If it's more complicated than that, half an hour is barely scratching the surface of why isn't this broken, right? Which is the point where support becomes useful, when you can bring them some kind of, well-reasoned explanation of what's broken. Okay, so we need to get fixed up. And the other thing we want, we're probably going to want a config file for this, but for now, if we put this in here, and I'm perfectly happy to have this in here. Tactic worked for him before you and after you also. Yeah, probably. His customers weren't happy with the general level of expense in service, we'll put it that way. So I don't know if it's still working for him. Let's in here. For now, we will assume we will just borrow from ourselves. We'll assume that we are, as an editor, in the same place as the server. We'll steal. Must have been in here that I do it. Yes. And then this is, for now, we'll put this up. Oops. This up here. Then that's just nil. Clean that up, join that. Perfect. Okay. That we're done with. This should sort us out. But it didn't. Ah, right, because we need to go up a level. Was there a... So if we're in here, then dot... Is this... Give me your documentation, please. File name, okay. Ah, you know why? It's because we're in. We need to go up one, which we can't get to from our current absolute path. I don't think. Or might be conflating. Might be conflating two things here. We'll see. Tell me what. Hurry up, compile faster. Never debug built this before, that's why. There we go. You still didn't stop for me? Okay. Oh, it's because it is indeed an absolute. Well, no, it wouldn't be. Working deer. Okay, so yes, that should be fine. That is a. Okay. Oh, because that. Okay, so it was. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was. I need to fix that up because that. There we go. Okay. That's still going to put us into editor. So this we need to tighten up as well eventually. And then what I'm going to want. Split list. And I want that. Don't really want to walk it though. Going to sleep. All right, man. Thanks for swinging by. Have yourself a good night. Congrats again on the German exam. And catch you later on. Let me see. Base and P. Base is A. turns BC. That's not what I want. Dir, I think, is what we can use. So we can try here is this whole thing actually. Then we can say stat join that, and this returns then we say yeah, okay, that would be working dir. We should actually be able to say we want to go up a level. And then this we can still do that. Okay. New error. That's interesting. Why would this be when resize grid? We should have. Shouldn't have changed that. We just renamed. That's fine. Control plus arrow keys jump through words instead of characters. Huh. Did not know that. Let's see here. Why? Why does this panic in this case, but not when loading under ordinary circumstances? That's an interesting question. Size X, size Y. But if I do this, now I panic here now too. What did I change? That became tile. That became tile. That was changed. Change to transit because that's exported now. That mutex change. That makes sense. Exported. Wait, what was changed in here? To do was removed. Ah, right. It hasn't been pushed to get, so these are fine. These will tell me where changes are. That's new, which makes sense, and this was... That should be fine. That was now exported. Must have moved something silly. Or... this hasn't changed since the other day. That's fine. Let's see. I'm not doing that. You would be size X and size Y. It should be 10 and 10, because this is the file it's loading. This hasn't changed other than exporting things. Size X or size Y would have to be somehow mangled. Let's fix that right quick. This was changed because we export now. See here, we also have you over here. All of those tests. Golang has a pretty comfortable to use error catching mechanism. Why not utilize that? Because what would it gain me? I know what the error is. The error is that somehow I'm calling an index out of range on my expand, or resize grid. We do test this. Zero, 0, and 0, 1. We resize you to 4 and 4. Which would make you, yeah. Make sure that that's good, because it extends down to the right. See, can we do it over... We'll just run this, it's fine. Ah, right. Because... just gonna run it in a wonky folder. Maybe... Well, no, that wouldn't make sense either. Why would you be 1 here? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Why are you getting called so many times? Oh, right, because place tile and grid. So on new map, we should be, or load map rather, we should be the tile grid. Load map. So we get that. So we build that up. connected up. Okay, so it's because right, it's because we build it on the fly. That's why. That's why it gets called so many times. Why is it getting style? So we would be 0, 0. So it'd be 1, 1. So that would be correct. We make it. My new grid is now this. Perfect. That does make sense. And we do that. And we say, great, your parent is this. Location X, location Y, which would be 0, 0. Yes. And R. Our Y grows. Makes sense, yes. Copy you in. Where do you fail? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 2, 1. Okay, 2, 1 is where you start to fail. Oop, I need that. So we go in, we make you. New tile grid 2. Zero, 0 is M tile grid. Because I must have just broken this the other day and then not not caught it somehow because this is incorrect. This is this needs to hang off of not map, but well, hang on. So when we're putting the tile in grid, this tile, we're putting it in the map grid. Why would this end up being 1 and 2 there? This gets used in 3 places. New map, which is this aforementioned new map. Why in the world? Oh, whoops. I cleared my break. Place tile and grid. Okay, let's go back to goes in, does its thing. Ten by 10. Do this. Because right here, okay. Or this. This returns a float. So instead of doing this, it's because we resize it too small. I don't think this is going to help me with ints at all. Could do just say actually what we should do is this. Actually, we could drive this also off of this, be a little better. Well, no, because we can't guarantee we have that. So yeah, we need to do that. And then if this is greater, that's then we can come in here and just say and then this is and this also needs to be like so. Why is it now? Let's go. Oh, fails on the first one now. Ah, because okay. That does make sense. Why does this exist if it doesn't? Not super sure. This. That. Okay. One. Yeah. 2-1. No, that should not be. Why is that? Tile grid is nil. 1-1. We go through, we fill this out. That's fine. Then we come in. Grid length is 1. That makes sense. Yes. T location is 1-0. This actually becomes 2-1. Yeah, that's correct. Zero 1. because I see. This needs to be 0 because we fill it from the left. No. Oh. It's because I deleted. This is what I need. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. That's where Max lives. Weird that it's not over in Mathland. So what we need to do is move this up here because if we haven't created the row yet. Need to put this in the right place. There we go. Otherwise, this is just then t.location dot y plus 1. There we go. And then I should be able to start you again. Beautiful. Okay, so now that we got that fixed up, let's do, not in this screen. Make sure. Everything's in a decent state here. Yes, that's fine. Yeah, I think we're good there. Okay, so, um, there we go. That pushed up, and then today, that'll be it for today. Time to wrap things up here. Thank you to everyone who stopped by. Love to see you again sometime if you want. If not, that's fine too. Just get everything buttoned up here. Tomorrow, we'll be back again at the same time, and we'll continue hammering on laying out this this UI, getting that figured out in the Cogent world. Until then.